Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Augusta Richmond County Commission. Madam Clerk,
Not gonna be here today? No, we don't need to vote to.
No, but she wants to call in, so I'm Ms. Courtney, we're getting ready to convene the special call meeting. Okay, yes, ma'am, I'm here. Okay.
all right. Madam Clerk, the time is now 11:04 a.m. I'll call this meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into executive session to discuss real estate, personnel, and pending and threatened litigation.
There is a motion by the Commissioner from the 5th, and I heard a second by the Commissioner from the 8th. Commissioner Brandon Garrett seconded it. The motion was made by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, we're voting.
BG?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That motion carries 9-0 with Mr. Jordan Johnson and Mr. Tony Lewis out. No, that would be 10.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. Good, sir. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
time is now 1:17 p.m. Call the session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request that this current legal executive session be recessed until the end of the committees, and then we can see if there's a quorum to go move forward with this action.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Does that require a vote for recess?
It does.
It does. All right. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion I've heard by Commissioner from the 3rd, Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Dunn Clark. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues, we're voting to recess.
Mr. Garrett. Please, Ms. Lindeck. Commissioner Pulliam.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're voting yes?
Well, I didn't hear the vote. I'm
It's
sorry.
to motion to recess the special call meeting till after the conclusion of committee meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed with today's committee meetings, I want to acknowledge a great Augustan who served this community for more than 30 years, for 12 years as the first elected African-American sheriff, Mr. Richard Roundtree. Unfortunately, succumbed to some illness that he had, and the service will be this Friday at 11 a.m. And Madam Clerk, I think it's more than appropriate that we observe him with a moment of silence. If you don't mind, please join me in a moment of silence for former Sheriff Richard Roundtree. To his family, we're praying for you. We thank you for the service and the dedication that he made to this community for more than 30 years on the Richmond County Sheriff's Office, and we are with you, and we will be with you on Thursday and Friday. Secondly, I want to use a point of personal privilege to recognize the Immaculate Conception Elementary School. Y'all come on down for just a second. They're here visiting today. Come on down up front. These are some of our residents. That are just here visiting just for a few minutes. Thank you guys so much for coming. You can turn around and they'll be able to see you on the TV a little bit later on. You can tell Mom and Dad, I was at the Richmond County Commission's committee meetings. Thank y'all so much. We have the 2 teachers that are here, and she's going to get a picture. Thank y'all so much. And I see everybody else running to get out the picture. Thank y'all so much. Young ladies and gentlemen, the future Augustans, thank y'all. Madam Chair, I'm going to yield the chair to the Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark, for another point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not too often that we get to recognize our heroes, and I don't say that lightly. This week, April 12th through the 18th, we're celebrating the 911 dispatchers who are absolutely the unseen, unsung heroes that safeguard our communities on a consistent basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this isn't commission week, and we usually do a lot of this, but I absolutely could not let the week go by without recognizing the men and women that safeguard our communities diligently each and every day. One of the highest stressed, one of the highest regarded, sought out jobs that we have in our county. But my goodness, you all play such a pivotal role. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all will please help me recognize our heroes that are a part of our collective public safety. But this week, we recognize you men and women today. Please stand to be recognized. So it's not too often that we're able to put the faces with the voices, with the efforts, with the passion that goes into doing this job. Ladies and gentlemen, we want you all to understand, we thank you all consistently. We thank you all regularly, but more importantly, we can't thank you enough for the job that you all do for our community. This is an absolute honor to recognize you all. During your point of recognition nationally, but here locally, we recognize and we celebrate you. Thank you so much again from a grateful community.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. And I like the T-shirt she got on that said, say it again, what does it say, 911? They not like us.
They not like us.
Yeah. If we could, can we bring them up forward? Let's get a collective picture with the group. Mr. Mayor, please, stand forward. I know we have some of our public safety officials back there that work tandem and hand in hand with this group. So Chief Sams, if you all will come forward, our marshal deputy back there, let's make sure that we bring this collective together.
Oh, come on down, everybody come on down.
Miss Allen.
Sorry. Before you take this picture, I just want to say to my admin staff and all of my sisters and brothers in dispatch, we stand so strong because we don't stand alone. We need everybody you see here and then some. We do, and we thank y'all. All right.
All right, you're welcome. Come on here. Let me get this out here. Hey, Jim, what do you got over there?
No, because you weren't there. You weren't down there. Where you? Oh, okay.
All right.
Let me see.
Damn, Wimberly. I heard that from here.
Where's the commissioner from the 3rd at? There she is. All right, Madam Clerk. I think that concludes all of our needs for personal points of privilege. I will now turn this committee meeting over to Commissioner from the 3rd for Public Services. Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me get organized here. I had a little accident here. Yeah, I need a Band-Aid. All right, thank you. If my colleagues don't object, Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am. You have one. The administrator would like to request an addendum.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to see if we can actually pull item 7.
Yes, ma'am.
To delete?
Yes,
Thank
to
you.
delete item 7.
Delete.
Yes, ma'am, till we have further legal review.
Okay. Do I have any objections from my colleagues? Or from committee? Okay, all right. With that being said, I would like to consent items number 1, 2, and 8, and delete item number 7. Do I have a motion?
Discussion on item number 2, please.
Okay, item number 2, all right. So consent item 1 and 8, and delete item number 7. Do I have a motion? A second? Got a motion, do I have a second? I'll second it. So we got a motion, a second, Ms. Bonham. We vote on that one.
It's unanimous.
Okay, if we can start from top to bottom. Top to bottom.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 2, to approve a contract with Attaway Construction and Associates LLC for the construction of Phase 1 of the Big Oak Park Improvement Project in the amount of $1,693,374.32.
Okay, that's Mayor Guilfoyle. You got a question on 2? I'll let you have the floor.
We're going to let Ms. Tina speak first.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, thank you. I was going to ask, this project, I know the bids were received on November 5th, and they came in much higher than were anticipated. And now we're at April 14th. 5 months later, after this has been VE'd, is what I call it. Does that usually take that long between a bid and, 5 months seems, I know in the private sector what that usually takes, but it seems a long time to, from your initial receipt of the bid and to this. So, and I can't even remember when this project was actually approved to go forward and then when it went out to bid. So, and I mean no shade at all on Mr. Pennick. You were not here at that point. It's been years and years since this thing was approved as a project until now. So I'm really disappointed, of course, that this is, because the cost is now going to be put into 2 phases. Could you let me know what is Phase 1? What part of that is Phase 1 and what part's going to be Phase 2?
Thank you, Commissioner. Members of the committee, let me start with Phase 2 because it's what it's going to exclude. Phase 2 won't include, which is the bigger amount, won't include the airnasium and the anchors for the airnasium. There's also those were the bigger items, and then there's also some reduction in like bollards, and
Right.
There's some reductions in also the amount of, I would say, gravel for the trails. And so those are some of where your larger items are at. And so that's what's excluded from Phase 1. And like I said, the bigger item is the airnasium, which is about, when you can include the anchors and the airnasium, that's like $200 and some odd thousand right there. So,
Right,
yeah.
so
Hopefully nothing.
the addition of the pickleball courts and the basketball
That's included.
court, that will be included in Phase 1?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The major change is the airnasium. That's where your big ticket item is at.
Okay.
And let me kind of back up a little bit also. And I know there were questions and comments on as far as with timing and that type of stuff like that. But let me just say this, that in Parks and Rec, initially, no projects were procured, not one. When we took over, 20-some years ago, when we took over engineering, all those projects were procured. So there is and this is, I keep saying, this is more of a system, I think that as a whole, that you have to actually have to take a look at. Because I'll say ISM went out on a limb and actually funded the project up front on Big Oak to get it, and the plans were actually done, finished in 2024. So
2020.
there's a system problem.
Right, but if the plans were finished in 2024 and it didn't go out to bid until November of 2025, where's?
Again, that's a system problem.
It's a big problem.
Yeah.
It's a big problem because, I mean, in this type of project, when they go years in between the first part of it until getting bid out, I mean, the cost is, I mean, it never gets cheaper in the construction world, ever. So I think,
and let me mention
you know,
this too.
at this point, it's not really worth, and again, like I said, I come from the private sector of it where this type of stuff moves way quicker than it does here. But, you know, this came in so over,
460.
so much over what y'all thought it would. I just, I don't know whether it was, I don't know. I'll just chalk it up at this point to just say, well, it's just an increase in construction. But it really bothers me, and I'm not really pointing fingers at you or at procurement, but I mean, the fact that things take so long to happen is just problematic. But I am glad that you did clear up what Phase 1 and Phase 2 is going to be, because, I mean, that was the first thing that people are still asking about, the pickleball courts and the new basketball thing. So as long as that is going to be something they're going to see first.
And let me clear this up as well. When I say system system as a whole, not particular departments or anything. There's a system problem.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for recognizing me. But, Mr. Lanson, so we $460,000 over budget from what it was originally estimated at $1.8 million. Madam Chair, I went ahead and recognized myself on this one. $460,000. So you breaking it out in two phases.
Yes.
What are we not included in Phase 1? What did we leave out?
I stated it's the big cost item is the airnasium.
The who?
The airnasium. It's basically, the airnasium is, you basically have like an open, you basically have like a roof over the basketball courts.
Right.
And so we're taking that out until a later date. So all the anchors, the foundations, all that stuff is being taken out. There's also been some reduction in materials, some change in materials as well. So that's really where the big bulk of your cost is coming in. Now, there's a whole lot more, but there's a line item. There's a list actually in, should be in the package, but there's about 14 different items.
I see the value engineering side of it where they had reduced.
To get to that number that's budgeted. So it's basically what it's doing is being split up into two different phases, Phase 1 and Phase 2. And then Phase 2 will be done at a later date.
So they were originally their quote was originally what? Before they value engineered it?
The engineering, I think what was budgeted was about $1.6 million.
Right.
And then the engineer's estimate was $1.8 million, and then the low bid came in at about $2.2 million.
Okay, so we were originally estimated right at 1.7. So from 2024 to 2026, it has to go through the design process, which was completed in 2024. Then it went out for bids in late 2025. What, was it sitting on the shelf for a year before it went out for bid, or what?
I honestly think that there were some, again, you do have some system issues. Some of your system issues, if you want me to say it, some of your system issues.
Oh, absolutely. I want you to say it. That's the only way we're going to figure out how to correct things.
Some of your system issues are the change in staff at a higher rate. You also had I think the storm that came in during that time. So which your parks were probably closed. I think they were closed for 5 or 6 months. So
that wouldn't stop a procurement process, though.
No, it didn't stop the procurement process, but you have to go back and do some reevaluation and that type of stuff because of trees and those type of things. But so that might have been some issues there. But as far as like I said, plans were done in 2024. And
right.
We
so
have that documentation.
Mr. Lanson, how do you feel? I had mentioned this numerous times to you as well as to our administrator. The state's actually following this process, design build. You're dealing with one contractor. They do the design, they do the construction, and they do the billing, all in one-stop shop. How do you feel about that? That way, things are done in an expedited way, expedited time, and you know you got your hard costs versus where not your company by any means, where we had other architectural companies come in and they do the drawings. And if it's just like this, if it comes in over budget and we can't afford to do it, we still owe them the estimated value of that building, even though we never put one brick on the ground, in which we had to set. It blows my mind why we ended up having to pay that, but we did.
Well, I think what you're referring to is there's a design build, and then there's a certain contract where if you do the design for a particular project and it's bid way over the engineering estimate, then that designer gets
on the design.
Yeah,
kind of like what they're doing at the YDC right now. Mm-hmm. That's the design build that the state had implemented.
A design build,
And let's say if you do, the GC does the drawing, and it's over budget, you just pay the GC for that drawing. You stop right there. If you want to proceed, you could proceed forward. But what I do like about a design build is you dealing with one company, one contractor, one payment to one company, and one person to go to.
Yeah, normally the design build, you have a designer and a...
they have them in-house.
And a contractor. Sometimes they pair together. Sometimes they may have them in. They may be one company. Those, typically, I've done them on the private side prior to coming to Augusta. Normally, I typically see them working when they do design build where it's a very extremely complex project, or there's a certain time frame that you have to have it done. Now, one of my experience, I used to a long time ago build call centers for Sprint, and so everything we did there was design build, but money was never an issue because you would lose so much money per day if you don't have it done. So,
well, same thing here in the government sector. We lose money when something's not done. For example, we estimated 1.7, and it come in at.
It's an estimate.
Right, I understand that.
And it's just like if you bid a project, you competitively bid a project. If you got 5 or 6 different bidders, you're gonna have 5 or 6 different prices.
I'm in construction. I bid. I know.
So that's no two contractor gonna bid the same way.
That's correct. But as long as you got a standard to go by.
That's correct.
That's the difference. You got to have that standard. But AB, I appreciate you having this contract Attaway Construction do the design value engineer, which is very important in order to proceed with the project at a lower cost. There's still $100,000 left in there in the balance from what you originally based it off. Where does that money go?
Well, the money stays there until the project is completed.
Okay. You see any changes, change orders, et cetera, coming into play?
No, you're probably always going to have some little minor
Right.
little things here and there, but that should be included in the cost. And then after the project is completed, you normally have like about an 18-month maintenance warranty type thing. If anything goes wrong in between that time frame, then the contractor has to come back and
That's right.
and fix it. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to go to Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Wimberly.
Thank you. My concern or question is going to be around, we're going to spend this money, and I know it's SPLOST dollars, but we're going to spend this money on Big Oak, and we just we haven't come to a conclusion on which parks we're going to close, but Big Oak is on that list. So here's the question, and this might not be for you to answer now, but this is one we might be able to get back to, is what's the possibility once you do this, if you did this work, that it would increase the uses of Big Oak?
I don't know. only camera tell. But let me mention this, that Big Oak is not on the list. There are nine parks that were on there. Big Oak is not on there. So.
But it was listed as one of the only
initially it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question quickly for AB. I missed it. I was in the middle of doing something. So, excuse me, when will this project start again? Once
it gets
my missed question.
approved by the commission, normally it probably takes, got to get a lot of signatures from the contractor and from the government.
Okay. And the time?
Probably another month.
And the time phrase between the phases?
Oh, you're talking about how long the project will take? In the contract, I think it's 6 months.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that there are 2 parks not too far away from this Big Oak that we had looked at that are on the list as one of the 9 parks that's on the list that's only like, a 1/4 mile up the road from Big Oak, Alexander. And then there's another one. So this is supposed to, I think this will bring more people over to the park after this project's done.
Hopefully it will.
Yep. Yeah. People have been waiting for this for a while, so I look forward to seeing it done. Anyway, I can't make a motion to approve it. Maybe one of my colleagues will.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve this, please.
Okay, I'll second. Okay. All right, voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay, Honor, let's see, item number, what's next? Number
Alcohol, Miss, come on. Come on,
here
yeah.
she is.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I bring to you 3 alcohol applications. The first one's alcohol number 26-17. It's an existing location, new ownership. Ritu Sharma is the applicant for Quick Pick Convenience LLC, requesting retail packaged beer and wine located at 2940 Inwood Drive, Hepzibah, Georgia 30815. This is in District 4, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office has recommended approval. Do we have any objectors? State your name and your home address.
Hi, my name is Ritu Sharma, and my home address is 829 Rollo Domino Circle, Evans 30809, Georgia.
Got a motion, do I have a second? Got a motion and a second. Honor?
It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you too.
All right, the next one's alcohol number 26-19. It's an existing location, new ownership. Shaquan Gardner, applicant for SSHDT Augusta LLC, is requesting a license for consumption on premise liquor, beer, and wine with Sunday sales. This location is 2651 Perimeter Parkway, Augusta, Georgia 30909, District 3, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? None noted. Go ahead and state your name and your address.
Raquan Gardner, 459 Timberwolf Trail, Martinez, 30907.
And a motion and a second. So, voting.
Ms. Linda? Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's unanimous.
And the next one's alcohol number 26-20. This is an existing location, just adding wine. Gonzalez Allen is the applicant for Status Bar and Lounge, requesting to add consumption on premise wine to his existing consumption on premise liquor and beer license. This is located at 3054 Damascus Road, Augusta, Georgia 30909. This is in District 2, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? None noted. State your name and address.
Boncellius Allen, 2906 Arrowwood Circle, Huntsville, Georgia.
And a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Let's see, that brings us to
Item number 6.
Mm-hmm.
Item 6 is to discuss moving delegation portion of the commission agenda to a designated time after the commission meeting and how many times a month to have it.
Okay, this was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, or the Commission, Mayor, Ms. Eastep had reached out to me last week before, in regards to where she had came before us on the commission about the delegation or, changing the time for the people to hear. And I complied. I said I will put it on the agenda for discussion, and this is something that we can all partay on. I don't know if you live in my district. I don't care if you live in my district. You live in Augusta. That's all that matters to me. And so her discussion was, Ms. Deborah's discussion was to move it towards the end of the meeting, and done in the afternoon at a designated time. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
But our time is so variable at the end of a commission meeting. We could be here as early, leave here as early as 4 o'clock, or leave as late as 7 o'clock.
Yeah. I have a specific structure that might work in regards to that. Is it okay if I speak on that?
Madam Chair?
Yes, as long, have you completed what you need to say?
I'll stand down so
Okay.
Ms.
Sure, go ahead.
Eastep could speak up.
So the idea would be that the business agenda comes first, since that's a big part of it. And then we would begin at 6 o'clock to have our delegation, no matter how far the business goes. And if it goes basically to the line, and we'd do delegation at 6 regardless, and then start back in with business once everyone on delegation has gotten to speak. And that would just basically allow people to know when they need to show up, and the feedback, basically, it shouldn't extend it too much. Your guys where he was getting out on time. It shouldn't add time unless you just get business concluded quickly. But that should still be doable, I hope.
Right. Some of the other things that people had brought up that I have read online is, every 5th week of the month, Madam Clerk, we have that three times a year. Is that correct? Where we don't have a commission or a committee meeting whatsoever, certain weeks out of the year.
Yes, sir.
That way we could actually have a set-aside meeting just for delegations. But the only challenge the only negative that I could come up with is that if it's a time issue that needs to be discussed, if it don't fall within that week, that month, it might cause the issue. What do you think about that?
I was hoping to do like the day we do already, since that won't be a huge change around, like it would be Tuesdays. And we would just start, the business agenda at 2, like we already do, except they would get to go first, which I think is win-win for both them and us. And then we would just take a recess block that we set aside for delegations, starting at 6, ending when it's over. And if business hasn't concluded, tack that on to the end and finish it. So I would suggest doing it 2 times a month still, on Tuesdays, and just flipping it sort of like you were talking about.
If I'm
Have it on Tuesdays, 1st and 3rd of the month, and then instead do business in the beginning. And then when you get to 6 o'clock, stop everything, let delegation speak, and then if there was business that wasn't concluded, do that at the end.
I'm going to speak. I'm a little confused on this. I'm trying to follow you here. You want to flip-flop our agenda, our whole schedule, and if we get done at, let's say we are lucky one week and we get done at 4:30, you saying we need to sit here and wait until 6 to do delegation?
Or you could actually just come back at 6. It would still not increase your time that much. And y'all should make it accessible. This is actually a way that at least you wouldn't stay till like midnight or 11, like you were saying. But you'd have to come back, to start at 6 for people, if it doesn't go that long.
Okay. Well, some of us on this commission, I'm going to say, have jobs and family too, and some live a little further out. And so this is a topic that we as a body will need to discuss further.
Okay.
I don't think that this is going to be where it's a discussion, but I don't find us making some approval on this today. This would take some discussion.
It's not possible to pull forward a vote today?
First of all, we can, as a whole commission, vote on it. We only have, this is a committee, and there would only be 4 of us voting.
Okay, understood.
But I just, personally, I'm only one person on this dais, but personally, I'm not making up excuses, but, gas for what? I'm supposed to, as a commissioner, leave, go home, and then drive back down here at 6? Is that what you...
Yeah. Yeah, because other people are actually coming here and having to put aside their schedule, and that's who you represent. So the majority of people, you each represent a bunch of people, and for them, this is why you're here to represent them.
Yes, and sometimes you might have maybe 5 people here for delegation, then we might not have any show up, and then we might have 20. We never know, but this is a topic, ma'am, that we probably need to discuss further as a body.
I figured that was going to happen.
We have staff too here that work here as well, and it affects not just us, but we want to please the constituents and our citizens. But this is something that we would need to further have discussion on.
Is it possible to vote on this on the 21st? We have a commission meeting coming up, which would leave a good bit of time for y'all to discuss and then move forward in a timely manner.
I've got people in the queue. I'll come back. I don't want to sit here and take up the whole time. I'm going to go to Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I'm just holding in.
Okay. All right.
I think you got Ms. Scott.
Okay. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I agree with you. I think we need to have some more discussion on this, and I don't think we'll be ready by next week to have the have any answers, or if we would actually have time to meet. But I would like to receive this information, and we need to bring it back once we have time as a body to discuss both changing the time of the commissioner and this part of with the delegation part. But I do appreciate you coming forward with your ideas and continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
So I motion to have this receive as information, please.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Slindak, do you have anything to say before we vote?
I just want to say I think 6 o'clock is late. I mean, I could even see 5 o'clock or something, I think to say that, get through with your business, and then if you're done at 4, then just come back at 6. I don't think there's much appetite for that from us or any of the staff, which we do have to think about that. We do work for our constituents, but our constituents also work here too. And I'm not sure, if we're going to do that, are we just going to take unlimited delegations? I don't know. Do we do that now? I would ask that to legal or the clerk one. I mean, is there a limit that we place on delegations at this point?
No, ma'am.
No, so, okay.
I mean, it seems positive if you have a bunch of people showing up to delegations, since right now I've seen like maybe 5 or 6. So having more people shows up means exactly why it would have been helpful to have these accessible.
We've had many, many weeks where we've had over 10, so, which is fine. I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm 100% against it at all. I'm really not. And flip-flopping it, I think it's not to me, it's fine with me personally, but I just wonder about the 6 o'clock. I just think there's other things that we can talk about. So I'll agree to with Commissioner Scott, to receive it as information, but definitely discuss it. Don't just say that and forget it. I mean, I do think we need to see what we can do to.
Yeah, and I can send a couple like options, so y'all don't have to be like, it has to be this, or we don't do it at all. If you're saying like 5 might be better, then I could say like an option of maybe 5 and get feedback from all of you, honestly. Like, I'd rather this work than just not do anything. So can I reach out to you and maybe Ms. Scott as well, and just see if there's maybe some other options, as long as we can move it forward. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Commissioner Garrett is in the queue. I was going to let Commissioner Garrett speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you.
Can I speak to Ms. Bonner, please?
Sure.
Ms. Bonner, in regards to delegations, I know this has nothing to do exactly about the timing issue, but I know that there has been a general practice in the past about how often people speak on the same subject within a certain time period. Can you remind us what that is?
90 days.
90 days. And what is the loophole there? Because it seems like, especially in the past year or so, there's been a lot of discussions over and over again by, is it just the wording that?
No, sir. There is a root word, so if they're going to discuss that word in any part of the delegation, we consider that, being repetitive. But no, sir, it's within 90 days. You cannot come back on the same issue.
And you've been around this commission since the inception, I think.
When the Red Sea was parted, yeah.
No. I'm just talking. You've been around since consolidation, so these practices that you have seen, have delegations always been at the beginning, as far as you could remember?
Yes, sir. Now, this practice was carried over from Richmond County when consolidation.
How did the city do it? Because I know you work for the city also.
We didn't do it.
Oh,
so.
Wow.
There was not a delegation portion on the city council's agenda.
Okay.
So this was a practice that carried over from Richmond County.
Okay.
And we've been doing it since consolidation.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
And it was deliberate by the commission to put them at the beginning of the meeting, therefore not inconveniencing the public. So that's why it's at the beginning of the meeting.
So, Mr. Garrett, the reason I'm here today, and I did verify twice that was the rule, 90-day ban on the same topic, but I did reach out to Wayne as was requested, and
I wasn't referring to you.
Well,
I was just using the opportunity.
Because it wasn't on the topic I was on anyway, so I'm going to now talk. I reached out because 90 days was what I thought was not allowed, but Wayne did put me on the agenda item, so this is not under my control. It was put forward by Wayne.
Okay.
It was
Commissioner,
put forward by Wayne.
right.
I wasn't speaking about you.
It's in relation to what I was doing and was off the topic.
So, all right. So, for example, all right, you were here 2 weeks ago, correct?
That is
so,
correct.
Yeah. So, Ms. Bonner, would that mean that she would not be able to come back for another 90 days after she was here 2 weeks ago. Is this what this is? Okay. All right.
On this topic or in general?
On this particular
Madam
topic.
Chairman.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. You guys are just, it's in your ballpark now, so that's fine. I didn't realize you were saying
All
in
right.
general.
I'm gonna go with my colleague from the 9th. We already have to receive his information. We got a motion a second.
Yep.
And we'll discuss this moving forward and then maybe see you, in 90 days? Is that how that works?
On this topic, and then I'll cover my next topic on the 21st, which is different.
Okay, all right. Receive his information.
I'm still in the queue.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So this question is, how can we do a afternoon without holding up staff? That's my biggest issue, is do it late in the afternoon because they get to work at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And if we're doing something and I appreciate so much my colleagues, willing to play with the number, and 5 o'clock, is a good number as well. But to keep from doing the delegation, let's say at 5 o'clock, and expect staff to stay there, can we do, per se, probably the attorney, can we do a workshop? Because if we don't have 6 commissioners here, we don't have a quorum, and that whole delegation thing goes down the drain. So with a workshop, who do you need present for a workshop?
For a workshop, are you referring to a workshop to discuss this issue?
Or a delegation for people to come before the body?
So for that, you have the clerk, usually the attorney, and some person to call the meeting to order. But it does not require a quorum to have a workshop. I think the difficulty is if you have a delegation that comes speak and there's 2 commissioners here, they may feel that they have not been heard.
Right.
If I may, you're not asking the question, but you raised the issue of a workshop. Possibly the timing of the meeting and the order of the agenda may be appropriate for a workshop discussion so that you could have a much more free discussion of this as opposed at the committee level. Would be something that you could schedule one in the future because there's a lot of different things that you would need to think about.
I realize every move we make is a ripple effect. Whatever action we take, there's a ripple effect somewhere.
And so I think having the opportunity to think about it, and I think that having, the administrator give some thought to this may be legal. Certainly the clerk has more historical knowledge of when it was at 6 and when it was at 2 and things of that nature. To have that input may be more appropriate through a workshop than through a committee discussion. That would be, my advice to y'all is to consider convening a workshop on this issue.
Okay. Some of the challenges we face as a commission, we're trying to do the people's business, Ms. Easted, but when you got an agenda that has 57 different items on it, and the delegation portion of the agenda lasts an hour, 2 hours, but you got everybody here that's waiting on liquor license and contractors here trying to get before us to get their bids approved. I don't know if there's a way to limit the delegation portion. It's just throwing something out there, nothing finalized, but maybe what the attorney said is do a workshop to where we could have a roundtable discussion, have people come before us, and that way everybody could put out everything on the table and we could hash it out.
How can I assure that we're going to do that in a timely manner to move forward? Is there any accountability there so we don't just drag it out too long?
I'll get something set up.
Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah, I also appreciate you picking up right away. That was helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for participating in this conversation.
Okay, I'm going to go to District 1, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for the clerk. Ms. Bonner, do you remember when the policy was created that a delegation can't return until 90 days?
That was part of the process and procedures that was adopted initially by the commission. And to here again, it was a carryover from Richmond County. They had the process and procedures in hand, and that's how they conducted their meetings. So that was a carryover as well.
So prior to 96, basically, is what we're saying, is that was something that came over from the pre-consolidated government?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would also suggest, I don't know if there's an appetite here, but I would want to caution us limiting the public's ability to come and speak to us at how many ever times they want about whatever topic they want. I mean, that's their right. If she wants to talk about this today and next week, I think that it's if it takes a while, it takes a while, but she should still have the ability to speak to us regardless, right? So, and that's not just Ms. Eastep, that's anybody. So I would suggest that when you have that conversation to also consider removing that stipulation. I mean, I don't know why it was, if it was put in place 30 plus years ago, I mean, I don't know. I caution us about limiting someone's ability to be able to speak freely about any given topic. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Madam Clerk, we're going to receive this as information.
You want to do it without objection?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay.
Without objection. Thank you for coming before us. Thank you. All right. Ms. Bonner, that looks like we are done with public services for the day. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
That concludes public services.
Public safety.
Good afternoon, Madam Clerk. I would like to call Public Safety Committee to order. Do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to consent 1, 3, 4, and 5, and move number 2 to full committee next week.
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry.
Commission.
I'll second that motion.
Wait just a minute. She's the chair. So you want to make the motion and let her second it?
Commissioner Garrett.
I second it.
You seconded it? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I made the motion,
He
but
made the motion, I will second.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him.
it doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, we could do that. That works.
Ms. Bonner, if there's no more discussion from my committee, then we'll vote.
Ms. Pulliam. Ms. Pulliam. Okay, how are you voting? The motion, oh, she's gone. Hold on, technology. No shade, Ms. Allen. Where is she? She must have hit that spot. She in her car.
They are Georgia 125 South. Yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you voting on this motion to consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? With item 2 being forwarded to the full commission with no recommendation. Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. If there's no more discussion, I conclude with public safety.
I'm going to call the Finance Committee to order. I want to double check, being that our chair's attending remotely, should I assume the position as chair
Yes,
today?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay, hearing none, I would like to offer consent agenda for items 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
There's discussion on number 1. Okay, so we'll consent item 2 with no objection.
Okay.
All right, item number 1.
Item number 1 is a motion to transfer $125,000 from the DA's 5% CVAP fund balance into the following line items to purchase equipment for the Victims Advocate Program and fund crime victims support services.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We have anybody here to discuss this?
I'm Elizabeth Ruge. I'm from the District Attorney's Office.
Your name, please?
Elizabeth Ruge.
Thank you, Ms. Rudy. Tell me about this CVAP fund balance, because I don't think that ever came before us before, has it?
It comes normally just in the budget every year, so it's kind of just like an additional little thing. So the 5% fund is a fund that comes from fees and fines that can go directly to victims, and the state legislature passes this. And so it goes to either fund our victims advocate programs, or that's housed in the district attorney's office. So that money can be used to fund the victims advocate program or go directly to victims. And so basically it's a fund that kind of has just been sitting there, and over the years that we just have to transfer money from a revenue fund into a line item in order to be able to spend the money. And to do that, we have to come to commission to do that.
Okay, so I imagine there's a substantial amount balance left in this thing?
Yes, there is.
And is that utilized during the budget process? Or that could only be used on victims?
It can only be used on victims.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Yes, this is a restricted funding source, and because of the way that it's collected, it's hard for us to budget it on an ongoing basis.
Right.
So it's good to use for things like this that are either one-time agency appropriations or like a capital purchase, because it's not a good source of operating funds.
Okay.
The fund balance was about $775,000, which is why we were glad that the DA's office is moving forward with spending it down.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering that. Motion to approve.
The second? I'll second. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by myself. Ms. Bonner, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, committee colleagues.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring the Engineering Services Committee to order.
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Okay. Committee members, everyone had the opportunity to
Mr.
look
Chairman, actually, items 1, 2, and 3 could be removed. Y'all passed a global motion last week to approve the condemnations on Windsor Spring.
All right, Madam Clerk, we are noting that we're going to delete items 1, 2, and 3 after a previous vote that covered all of this. So that means items 4 through 7. We're going to go ahead and put those up for consent. With 8 and 9, let's companion item those so that we can have the discussion and bring the point of clarity needed. Can I get a motion towards that?
Second.
Got a motion and a second, Madam Clerk. So we're removing
Mr.
Johnson and
Mr.
Commissioner Wimberly seconding.
Okay.
All right, so that's removing items 1 through 3, consenting 4 through 7. 8 and 9, we're making those companion items for discussion.
Right, so.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Mayor Pro Tem. But we let you vote. It's unanimous.
All right. Let's go ahead and start with the companion item.
Mr. Schiffer, is he here?
Is Mr. Schiffer here with us? Okay, too easy. I think the biggest point of this is to make sure that we get on record the discussion and the solutions that have been discussed. So, Attorney, are you ready to discuss?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So after this matter came up previously, there was some discussion with Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Comey. I had the ability or opportunity to talk with Dr. Malik, and we came up with a proposal that was presented to Mr. Schaefer and his family, and he was agreeable. So basically is upon the...
Attorney Plunkett, let me add one thing to that. I know we're discussing this. I want to make sure, since we did companion item 8 and 9, we're talking about Mr. Schaefer and
Mr. Comey.
Mr. Coney. Yes,
so
sir.
Mr. Comey was part of the original conversation regarding this.
Okay.
He was somewhat agreeable that if there was a plan that, as long as it was benefiting the church, he would be agreeable to that. So the conversation with Dr. Malik was that upon the passage of SPLOST 9 and then upon the collection of funds that would be going to, I'm going to call them somewhat discretionary funds for engineering, is obviously a line item there, that engineering would undertake to do the permitting for whatever type of bridging would happen, and also do contract for plans under current conditions, that is, the type of bridge there is. And if a bridge was necessary to be increased in size for potential development, find out what the cost of what those were. We passed that information on to Mr. Schaefer, and he was appreciative of the information and said, please keep him apprised of that when it happened. And I was very clear to make sure that it was not upon passage of SPLOST 9, but it was upon SPLOST 9 and the collections for engineering, so that he would not be expecting this to occur.
Right.
Hopefully in May of this year was not going to be something that happened immediately. So he was understanding that, and both he, well, I should say not he, his sister, and his brother, no, I'm sorry, it was he and his brother on a telephone call, and they were agreeable to that.
And Mr. Coney was as well?
He was not on the call, but he was on the prior conversation about this, and he seemed comfortable that what was good for the Schaefer family was going to be good for the church.
Will benefit the church. All right. Dr. Malik, if we can have you make your way up, sir. I do have a colleague in the queue, Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure Mr. Coney was understanding what's going to happen, and he's clearly, because you said at the beginning, Attorney, like you said, somewhat. So I just want to make sure we are in conversation with him, and he's clearly understanding where we're going with this.
I will be more than happy to reach out to him. The conversation regarding the plan, Mr. Comey was not part of that call, but I'd be more than happy to pass the information on to him.
Okay, but I'm not on this committee, so, Mr. Chairman.
No, great point. That's why I made sure that we added the clarity that it's Mr. Coney and Mr. Schaefer and family. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Anything else to add with that?
Sure.
All right. Dr. Malik, any feedback from you regarding this? I know, as always, you have the Herculean effort of carrying this one forward for us. Any concerns, issues, or otherwise?
No, sir. General counsel covered very well. We have that conversation. Yes.
Okay. All right. Madam Administrator, any concerns from your vantage point, ma'am?
I apologize, sir. No, I don't have any problems with it.
All right. Okay, so we're not voting on anything. I'm assuming this is receiving as information until we approve the final SPLOST package?
Well, the final SPLOST package has been approved. We're waiting for the voters to approve that.
Right.
And then collections and then funding available for this. But
so do we vote now, or do we vote now, or do we wait until after
just
that?
need to accept this for information.
All right, so let's receive this as information. Any objections? All right, without objection, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Dr. Malik. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett, for leading the effort of addressing this. Please make sure and follow up with Mr. Coney, and just send us email confirmation that we've done that as well.
We will, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, that is the end of engineering services. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Ms. Bonner, you ready?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to call administrative services to order, please. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Oh,
Number 9. Oh, she didn't, yeah. Number 10, delegation.
Yes, ma'am.
She won't be with us today, so that item can be deleted.
All right, so noted. Committee members, if it is your pleasure, I'd like to consent items number 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, as well as delete item 10.
10, right.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner. We're going to vote.
That motion carries 3-1, with Mr. Garrett voting no.
That should be corrected to a yes.
Yeah. Without objection, committee?
I may need new batteries.
It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner, I guess we'll go top to bottom.
All right, item number 2, for information only, human resources presentation.
Director, how are you?
Good afternoon, everyone. I need help, Natasha. Change that first. Okay. Good afternoon, Commission. I wanted to come to you today and share with you the vision for HR moving forward. I did a little comparison with the strategic plan that we did 5 years ago, and HR is really moving in a very progressive direction for our city. One of the things that we are doing is we're moving away from being just transactional. We are partners. I can say that I have been a business partner with every director since I've been here. We have supported all of the departments, even our courts. And so we're just moving in a more progressive direction. The thing that didn't change is our core values. We still operate in integrity and inclusion and respect for others. So those things haven't changed, but as the workforce has changed, so have we with how we work with the other departments. So instead of going through every single item, because I know you have other things, I want to talk about our pillars. Our pillars align with you. Our pillars align with what the directors have been asking for. Some of the things that you really want to focus on is talent management, workforce planning, our employee experience and engagement, our learning and development. HR is moving, we are working with IT and talking about AI, how we can use it in a more positive and meaningful manner, along with improving performance, mental health and wellness. Although we always hear the term benefits, we're moving away from just talking about benefits, but we're talking about mental health and your well-being, because that plays a part in someone's tenure on their jobs. It's not just having quality benefits, but it's also about making sure that their mental health and they enjoy working here. Also, our employee relations and communications. So those are the foundations that HR will continue to move forward with for the next 5 years. I want to spend a little time in each area. When we talk about talent management in the workforce, building sustainable pipelines of skilled, diverse, and high-performing talent. What am I talking about? I'm talking about building relationships with our high school and our colleges. That's number one. I'm talking about making sure that in our training, we're constantly upskilling, adding new skills, adding to the learning mechanism so people are continuing to learn and grow. So we are also going to fold in talent and succession planning. And as we move through, you can probably see how with every pillow I am building, and we're embedding succession planning throughout the entire process. Why? So that one thing that you've asked about, making sure that we have quality talent ready to move into the next level. And how do we do that? We do that through our learning system, our training and development. I'm gonna move quickly to our employee experience. When we talk about the employee experience, what I'm talking about is from hire to retire, their entire experience through HR, whether it's using the learning system, whether it's coming in to talk about the retirement. One of the things that we haven't been able to get away from, and we probably won't be able to get away from, is when a person retires, they have to come into the office. Our retirement system is not automated at all. It is a process because we take the paperwork and then we send it to someone. So that process isn't changing yet. But what is changing is we are taking the time to make sure that when a person is ready to retire, they're doing it a year out, 6 months out, versus coming in and say, I want to retire in 30 days. We've had that. The other thing that we're looking at is, I'm looking at that hire to retire period. How long does it take us to get a person in the system and to get them hired? We don't have a definite number, whereas we talk about, well, how long does it take a person to get processed and to start a new position with us? We don't have a definite number. What I'm looking for is to create a definite number. Is it going to take us 7 days? Is it taking us 60 days? That's what we should be looking at. To get a person processed and hired, it should not take 60 days. It should take less than 30. And so I'm going to be a little vigorous and engaged to try to push Augusta into thinking about this in different ways. And I say push because Augusta has had this process in place forever. Now it's time for us to revisit revisit it and change it so that we can get people in faster. They can start working faster and get them engaged in the onset. The other thing that we're doing is we're working with IT to move away from in-person orientation. Orientation can be online. That way, when they start on Monday, they literally can sit with HR for 2 hours to go over some paperwork that they did not complete or to complete some paperwork and then go right directly to their position. How are we going to do that? I want to implement mentorships. There should be mentor programs to make sure that when people start on these new positions, when they start on the job, that they have someone that they can connect with to talk to, that explains things to them, so that their first 6 months are a good experience. A lot of the people that we lose within the first year. That's a problem. I want to keep them. And so how do I do that? By having mentor programs, connecting people with someone that can help them navigate and answer questions. That makes your experience better. We're going to move into our learning and development. That's another place that's going to make your experience better. When you have access to learning constantly, a way that we can continue to build our network and build our workforce by being able to put learning at their fingertips. Our learning system right now, we have about 4 trainings online right now. The next quarter, I'll be adding 2 more. Starting this summer, we're going to have training for managers, we're going to have training for directors and deputies so that they can get the assistance they need to move forward with their succession plans for their department. One other thing that I spoke with Ms. Allen about is pathways, learning pathways. We should have learning pathways for every area, and every department should have learning pathways so that someone in engineering can see a clear way that they can get to the next level. So by creating these pathways, it puts me back in the driver's seat as the employee to further my growth, and versus making the director or the manager responsible for my growth. I become the advocate for myself, and I can participate in the training programs and receive certificates as I progress through. So those are things that we are going to do. AI, everyone's talking about AI and how to use it. I want to use it for good. We already know everyone is using it. So I want to turn this into something that we can use in HR. We get a lot of basic calls like, how many vacation days do I have? Questions like, can I sign up for the gym membership? If we had an automated, some of these could be answered quickly, would move us along faster. So there's some good use and some good usage to having the chatbot. There are questions people have about our 3 p.m. If they had access to the chatbot, that would be able to answer some quick responses regarding the 3 p.m. Let's be honest, the 3 p.m. is not easy to understand. It needs support. It also needs to be redone, but we'll talk about that later. Yeah, I'll get to that. But again, using AI for more of a progressive and a positive, that's something that we're looking to advance our department, along with helping build the learning system and rewriting programs and tailoring them for pathways for different positions. The other thing that we mentioned was mental health. Mental health is one of the key connects to a healthy work environment. Why do I say that? When people are healthy and happy, they work. When people can come to work and feel good about where they are, they're going to come to work and they're going to be producers. And that's what we're looking for. I'm looking for. I want people to be able to produce. And one of the things we have to do is make space for those items. And one of the things we want to do is train managers on how to have coaching conversations and train them on how to spot someone that's in trouble. You have to be trained on how to do that. You know, one of the things that I know is when someone is working and they're short-tempered and they're complaining all the time and nothing works, that's a red flag. Unless you do it, you don't know that. I want to be able to train leadership on how to identify those signs. Then we're moving on to performance. Performance management should not be a fear or an issue. It should be something that we do on a regular basis. It should be a conversation that's had every 30 days, sort of like a check-in, so that when it's time for a performance, we've already had a conversation and there are no surprises. So we want to move away from once a year performance, but have these check-ins so that the employee, as well as the manager, we're already aware of where you are and where you're going. It should be setting goals. When you have conversations about performance, I should be able to bring you some goals. So what do I see for myself? It's not enough that you tell me what you see for me. I should be able to say, I expect to be here in 6 months. I should have goals. All of us should. So we're going to change how we view those things. And at the same time, as you can see, I have outcomes. With every pillar, I have outcomes. Those outcomes are for me. Those outcomes are my goals for this department. This is how you, commission and the administrator, measures what we're doing, measure what I'm doing. So I don't think it wasn't enough to just set a strategic plan and say, this is where we're going. I want to also give you something to measure me on. And I added this year the implementation roadmap, because I want you to see everything that I'm discussing, what the outcomes are going to be. The first year, the foundation, everything that we're talking about, we're setting the foundation. So I want you to see where I'm going and what the method to my madness is. HR is not just here to hire people, to get your benefits out of the way, and you know I don't terminate anyone. HR is much bigger than that. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions? Oh, got a Commissioner Wimberly.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment.
Okay.
I think you did a great job on bringing us your program, and I'm one of the people that use AI, so I know what you said is all possible and it's all good. But this is what I'm going to say to my colleagues. I don't think they heard anything you said, because 90% of them were sitting up here on their phone, texting. They paid little attention to what you said, but what you said was some good information, and I hope that you can implement it and implement it well. Ain't that right, Administrator? Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Like I have one more colleague in the queue. Commissioner Clark.
Oh, you know I was about to say something. All right. Ms. Rickett, thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple questions. So I know, can we bring up the implementation plan back?
Over to the left from beginning.
There a particular page?
I think it was second to the last page. That was your implementation plan, year 1. There we go. Yes, ma'am. All right. So it's a number of things on here. Some are, and you, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Rickert, some of these are policy-driven actions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think a lot of this, and that's what I was looking for, is where is the, because we got a lot of stale processes, and I think you acknowledged that with the 3 PPM policy that we have and others. But I think a lot of this is going to be really digging into the policies, identifying where we need the improvements, identifying where we need to really prioritize effort towards bringing these into life and bringing them into fruition. Without updating those, a lot of these are kind of, like you said, you know, they're aspirational, they're goals, but we need to really get into the weeds of this. Yes. Because right now, what's hindering a lot of what we do is our stale processes. And like you said earlier, I think every business, whether it's government or otherwise, has the challenge of ensuring that they automate where they can as well. So I'd like to see us, if we can make sure that there's some level of policy development and improvement that's included in your timeline, but also make sure that we can give some actions, you know, with some dates that we can aspire towards. It's great to say, hey, by year, let me put my glasses back on again. By year 5, this is where we plan on being, but putting some real bona fide actions tied into this, and then letting us know, you know, where we're standing on these things.
Absolutely. And I have 2 things to add to that.
All right, go ahead.
The first thing was, I do want to update the 3 PM. Mm-hmm. I can't do it all at once, but we can take chunks of it. Because the 3 p.m. hasn't been touched since probably 2019, it's long overdue.
Sure.
The second thing is, yes, starting this summer, you will receive some dates so that as we progress through with training for the different areas, you'll have dates to see the progression as we move forward.
Right.
We are scheduling, we've had some trainings back in March with the utilities management team that were quite successful.
Right.
And we're turning it into a plan for all of our managers, and we're going to be working with deputies as well so as deputies and directors. So you're absolutely right. I will be bringing that back so that Ms. Allen will have that. But one of my ask is to be able to start working on that 3 p.m. Seriously.
Yeah, and that's something that has to be approved by the commission?
Yes.
I don't.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
you're going to find any objections up here.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any objection with that. I think the biggest thing that every last one of our directors throughout the entire government has is to get to a point of just starting, identify the areas of improvement, and then bring that to the commission. We shouldn't have to give anybody a green light to say, get started updating your policies because they're stale.
Yep.
I mean, that if we do, then we're reaching too far down. And that's just my opinion. We're reaching.
I thought that the 3 p.m. should be something in my wheelhouse, but I still have to have your permission to touch it.
So let's clarify this then. Madam Administrator and Attorney Plunkett, can you all please weigh in and clarify, is this an action that needs to come before the commission for the 3 p.m. To begin improvement and development of that?
As I understand it, it is not, sir. I've had some discussion with Ms. Rookert in regards to the 3 p.m. I know there's a number of department directors as well who have issued some concern in regards to some of the obsolete and, policies that are currently stipulated in the policy. I've asked Ms. Rookert to schedule a meeting with the respective departments so that we can get some input from the departments on some of the things that they have found to be questioning, as far as how we do things. So once we do that, Ms. Rookert is going to get together and put all that documentation together to look at the respective updates and modifications. Now, the approval of it, yes, sir, has to come back to you once those modifications are made.
Actually, Administrator, if I'm not mistaken, the current 3 p.m. that's in place has a annual requirement to be updated. Is that correct?
I'm not clear on that one, Commissioner.
If I recall from the 2019 conversation, and even when that was implemented, I think that there's an annual requirement for it to be updated. I mean, if that's something that you guys want to look into.
Yes, sir. We will.
And if that's the case, then that permission or that approval is already there.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen that, but we will definitely look for that.
Okay, Attorney Plunkett, you have anything to add, sir? I know you took a note.
The only thing is that if we were, obviously to approve, but if you were engaging some third-party consultant, it would require y'all's approval for the funding issues.
Sure.
But an internal review would be, that's what a department head would do.
Okay, yeah. So, and I like, Madam Administrator, not to, really overburden you any further than you are, but this is such an important assembling of topics and items that Ms. Rooker's bringing. And some of these are greatest hits that we've talked about to a point of nauseum. And we're still kind of saying, all right, we're going to get started. Succession plan is one of them. And that's listed on, I think that was listed on year 3.
Already started that
right.
piece.
So those are the things that I'm saying. Let's make sure that whatever implementation strategy plan that we have, that it really is in line with what we're doing now. Because there's some points, and I know Commissioner Pulliam is on the line, but this is one she and others, even prior to me, have brought up, but it's just so vitally important. It's a shortcoming that we have, and it's something that we need to start addressing, not yesterday, but we need to start right now. So if we can really take a better look at the implementation strategy, but put some milestones on here so that we can really start stepping us into a more modern way of how we do HR functions and business. It's some really vitally important areas that Ms. Rooker brought up, but we need to dig in. And with the policies as they're stated, and I issue the challenge again to all of our directors, dig in, folks. Identify where we need to make improvement and start bringing those before us. We do not need to dictate that to you. If we do, we're overreaching. So please accept the challenge to do exactly what Ms. Rooker and her team are going to do to start digging in with these policies. But I'd like to see some more definition added to this implementation strategy portion of it.
All right, thanks, sir. Ms. Rooker, thank you for your presentation. And Ms. Bonner, we will receive this as information with no objections.
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe we've saved the best for last. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, never mind. I'm actually the second best. Yeah. Got enough? Nope. Take Wayne's. We're ready when you are.
Just need a moment.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot to upload, apparently. This front.
I'm a graphic designer by trade, so I love pictures. Let's get to the next. All right, I believe we're ready. All right. Good afternoon to the mayor, the commissioners, Madam Administrator, and fellow staff members. I bring you greetings from your Augusta 311 office. It's always a pleasure to come before you to talk about statistics, so we will focus on 2025 numbers and how we performed as a government regarding constituent-initiated concerns. I'd like to begin my presentation with a short recollection of an issue that happened, I believe, January of this year. Ms. Johnson, she is a resident of District 5. She lives off of Meadowbrook Drive. She contacted 311 late January, and we found out after 3 weeks of having issues that her assisted collection services had expired. She is an aging citizen, so she appreciated that service. And as I continued to speak with her, and let me just go back a minute. Of course, I oversee the operation, so I initially did not speak to Ms. Johnson, but one of my CSRs, she came into the office and she said, Ms. Walker, I want you to know that on my break today, I'm going to Meadowbrook Drive. And I said, well, hold up, that's not our protocol. What's going on? She said, well, Ms. Johnson has called us several weeks, and her assisted collections paperwork is outstanding, and they've stopped servicing her. So I called Ms. Johnson, and I spoke with her, and she explained that she was a victim of a malicious mauling. She was walking out to check her mailbox one morning, and a pit bull attacked her a couple of years ago and left her in a very debilitating situation to where she could barely get around. So I said, you know what, Ms. Johnson, give me 30 minutes, and I'll get the paperwork for you. Now, I thought to myself, I said, well, I can't jump in my vehicle and go over there. So walked next door to our central services office, and I said, hey, do you guys have a vehicle I could use? Sure. They gave me the keys, and within 10 minutes, I was in front of Ms. Johnson's house. I knocked on her door. It took her about 3 minutes to come to the door, but when she saw my face, she was elated at the my ability to go over and above. And she said, I didn't think you would show up, Ms. Walker. I said, why? She said, well, because a lot of people say things, but very rarely do they deliver. So I said, well, that's not the case for you today. I gave her the paperwork that she had been missing. And I said, you know what? Your service day is tomorrow, right? She said, yes, ma'am. She said, I do receive assistance, but they only come twice a week. So they won't be back until Friday. I said, well, before I leave, let me take your trash to the curb, just in case the assisted collections paperwork is not approved before tomorrow. And I wanted to share that story with you because it's important that you as commissioners as well as staff understand the value that 311 brings to this organization. Now, I have to be honest, and I had to apologize to my staff because I have not been doing a good job of telling their story over the years. I've been with government for 18 years. 13 of those years have been spent within 311. And I have not done my job of telling their story. Well, today that changes. And so I present to you our 2025 statistics. As you all should know by now, Augusta 311's mission is to provide residences, that includes tenants and property owners, our businesses and visitors with transparent access to all of Augusta's information and services. Now, we try to do it as timely as possible, as efficiently as possible, and with a smile. So this presentation, I'm going to focus on 8 different areas. Those areas are the interactions with 311, our channel engagement, the customer service cycle, district totals, departmental performance, 311's performance, because it's not fair that I talk about everybody else but don't highlight how we performed, improvements for our improvement strategies, and finally, a path forward. So let's get into interactions with 311. In 2025, and it's broken down into 2 different categories. Requests for services. Those are actually requests that go out to the different departments. In 2025, 311 submitted a total of 42,279 requests. Of all of those calls that we took, which was over 115,000 that came into the center, 93,000 of those were information calls, right? What's my trash day? What time does jury services start? Just randomly. And so this year in your report, it actually shows information calls and it shows the different interactions that we have with the different departments and businesses, just to show the added value of what we do. I would like to highlight, if we go back up to the request for services, engineering services, which is our trash collections, they are by far our biggest customer. 70% of what we do day to day is trash collections, illegal dumping, vacant lots. Secondly is our engineering services, our potholes, our storm drains. It includes our traffic issues as well as administrative or construction concerns. Third is our planning and development, particularly our code enforcement area. Fourth is utilities, and then central services, which provides services to our internal staff. I'd like to point out also on the information calls, our sheriff's office. I believe last year 911 updated their IVR system to where they can offload some of those calls that are truly non-emergency. We experienced an uptake in calls when that happened, because now we are getting constituents where they need and leaving 911 to where they can focus on those true emergencies. Our marshal's office, as well as our court system, our probate office, our clerk of court, superior court, we get a lot of calls. And right now our process is to transfer those calls to their centers. So, channel engagement. And this actually just shows you how people are communicating with local government. By far, 115,439 phone calls. So you may ask yourself, are the phone calls decreasing? No. Is it great that we have other channels? Absolutely. Is it time for us to start pushing those other channels? Yes. Our second largest is our AI chatbot, right? Almost 10,000 communications. So as we continue to develop technology, people will follow. We also have our emails, our mobile app with over 3,800, and last but not least, our web portal, which is still available. So those are our 5 main channels of how to engage with our operations. Now, let's switch up and let's talk about the customer service cycle and how we feel it should work, or how it's defined and how it should work. So the customer comes in with a need. Local government should use their expertise and find a solution. Citizens should be provided updates and any progress as it continues to be worked through the system. We all get a thumbs up because the customer's needs are met. That's what we want. And then last but not least, there's an evaluation and review. How did we perform? And that's why I'm here before you today. In my opinion, we struggle in 2 areas. Providing updates and progress. And I don't think that's not anything that we don't know. And then also ensuring that customers' needs are met. Are we truly doing what our citizens are asking? Or are we doing what we think is best? Now let's look at district totals. And what I've done, because a lot of citizens that don't come up here or they don't come into the commission meetings, they don't understand how it's broken down. So I broke it down into 2 different sections. A lot of people don't understand the importance of the super district. They just think of commission districts 1 through 8. So this page here shows you what makes up Super District 9, which has a total of over 26,000 requests for the year, is District 1, District 2, District 4, and District 5. And then on the right side, you have your Super District 10 with a total of over 21,000 requests for city services. It encompasses District 3, District 6, District 7, and District 8. Now, it looks like District 1, you guys are busy. I will give about 1,700 of those requests back to central services only because we have the footprint of the buildings that are supported. However, you guys are busy. But that's not enough. This does not represent the work that you do. I know that Commissioner Pulliam is not here, but I do want to acknowledge her today because, okay. A couple of weeks ago, I called her phone, and I was so surprised to hear, please make sure you have your request number. It actually made me smile because it's so important that when we have to triage and research and when you bring things to our attention, when they need to be escalated, we have a footprint to follow. Where did it start? You usually see it when it becomes an issue, but did they follow the proper chain to give the departments time to respond, right? Do we ask those questions? So I encourage you, ask your constituents. Can't make them, but just ask, do you have a request number? If not, do you mind contacting 311? Yes, phone calls, they're high, but there are other ways to get into the system. And if it's sending us an email, we'll respond with that request number just so they have something for their records. Now, we did have some issues with my graphics. So you don't see departmental performance, but luckily I have my cards here, so I'll tell you what those numbers look like. First, we'll start with animal services. For the year, animal services performed at 100%. And that is their response rate. So of all of the requests that were submitted for animal services, they acknowledged all of them in 2025. Central services ended the year with 96%. Code enforcement with 83%. Engineering, 69%. The Marshal's Office, 94%. Recreation and Parks, 70%. Risk Management, 97%. Sheriff's Office, 87%. Transit was 98%. Utilities, 95%. And when I did the average of how we responded to our constituents, 89% was our grade for the year. We did better than last year. We're improving. And a lot of times, we give each other a lot of heartache, but we don't take the time to say thank you and job well done. So I wanted to take this moment, if we could stand and just congratulate the departments for 89% response rate for 2025. Now, what does that mean? That means that we still have to focus on our service level agreements, because as you can see in the document, there's some room for growth, right? But that's a good thing. Now, let's talk about 311 for a moment. Last year, 159,639 calls came in the entire year. That's 24/7. Of that, 115,439 calls came in while we were actually open. That's your Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We successfully answered 90,982 calls, and our percent or answer rate or performance was 79%. Now, I'm hard on myself, and I don't like that C. It's a high C, but it's still a C. So what does that mean? I see you, Ms. Allen. What does that mean? Let's talk about it. Let's start with the what we know and then how. So as you can see here, call volume isn't decreasing. I took it back to 2022, right? Started 123,000. We all know what 2024 meant in the hurricane, so we were right under 200,000 calls. And we're talking about in operations at that time with 9 full-time people. there is no funding to add additional positions. As you may be all be aware of, I did have to get rid of one of my positions this year. We do know that citizens' needs, they must be addressed. That's not negotiable, right? We all know that. We have to make sure that we are making every effort to improve transparency, which we are. And then also we know that we have to continue to improve employee training. And with the leadership of Mrs. Allen, we started to do that by training engineering, who else was it? Recreation and Parks, Central Services with CityWorks. That was our first initial, hey, let's look at the system and make sure you guys are using it correctly. So when I stand before you and give you these numbers, it's accurate because that means a lot to me. So the next question is, with everything that we know, how do we accomplish it? One, we have to make sure that we market alternative communication channels. They can email 311 by emailing 311@augustaga.gov and bypassing, you don't have to call. Download the mobile app, My Augusta 311. It's available to you. Enhancing artificial intelligence. That's been the big topic, especially this year. What does that mean? IT has been looking at artificial intelligence and AI agents. I'm pretty sure that you've called and you've talked to somebody that you questioned yourself, is this a person or is it a robot? What does that mean? Does that mean that I want to lose any of my positions? Absolutely not. But does it mean that I want to possibly look at training them and giving them a new skill set? Absolutely. Increasing community awareness. Every one of you have community breakfasts that you attend. 311 should be there. I would love to be there if you invite me. We need to make sure that I have your calendars or share that information. I would come. I would speak to your staff. I set up a table. I give them a souvenir or two and answer their questions for you. I'd be happy to do that. And then last but not least, time that we have the discussion. Consolidating call center operations. What does that mean? So this last slide here, it doesn't focus on departments, because that's not my job. It focuses on functions. We have your call takers and your triage. Those are my CSR1s, my CSR2s. You have your escalations team, your quality control. These are people that are listening to phone calls, making sure that that quality is there. You have your trainers, as Ms. Rucker was stating. It starts at inception all the way through retirement. Do we have a dedicated team of people that are training staff? We have our supervisors, and then we have our managers, who are our visionaries, right? I only represent 150,000 calls for 2025. Do you know that this government in its entirety receives almost 500,000 calls? Just imagine if I came before you with those numbers. It's time that we have the conversation, and that is what I asked for, is that the conversation starts, a meeting of the minds exists, and we create a path forward. We don't have to be the first to start, but we shouldn't be the last. Are other organizations doing this? Absolutely. And it's not based on the size, it's based on the forethought and the vision. So I thank you for your time and attention. I have a picture of my wonderful staff, and I'll take any questions that you have at this time.
All right, we've got a few in the queue. Commissioner Wimberly.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. That was some great information. And I'm gonna take a dig at District 4. I see those 4,973 calls. I'm sorry I put those 900 in there in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, man, listen. Become a frequent flyer. We appreciate you, though.
But I do appreciate the response and the replies that I get. But what I'm finding is evidently there's a disconnect in my head when your staff give me a completed. Is that a completed that they giving it to the department, or is that a normal completed that the work has been done?
Depends on what you're receiving. Is it an automated email, or is it a verbal, or
Well, I've seen the direct email, so I don't think it was automated. It's not one of those do not reply.
okay.
Okay. And
Then
so
I would assume if it's an email, we've been advised from the department that it's been completed.
because it had language like it need to be verified. Okay, and I've received one of those emails from one of those outstanding operators that told me that the work was stated that it had been done and it needed to be verified. And I went out because I was in the area, and immediately I found out the work had not been done. So that's a disconnect on the information that they're receiving. Okay, so we need to talk to our departments to make sure that when they're giving your staff information, that it is current and accurate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Walker, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing for the department, for what you're doing for our county. This is a huge job. Looking at the call volumes, it is overwhelming. I mean, this is a lot of work, but you seem to be keeping up very, very well. And I think I can speak for all of the commission when I say that sometimes it feels like we get these amount of calls personally, like, the 8,000, the 6,000, the 4,000, the 6,000. And as much as they like to say we don't answer, we do. It's a lot to keep up with. And so we want to personally and publicly thank you and your staff for keeping up with this stuff. And just always, like Commissioner Clark mentioned at our last committee meeting, just let us know how we can support your operations. This is constituent services. It's probably one of the biggest responsibilities, if not the biggest. But you can't be successful if we don't set you up for that. So thank you for what you're doing. And I just know now that I can route my calls and y'all gonna take care of it, right?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
All right, and briefly, I think we still have Commissioner Clark in the queue.
Briefly, that's funny. All right, Ms. Walker, obviously I'm a fan of yours. You and I have been knowing each other for a long time, and I love the fact that you're bringing us metrics. The metrics is what really drives and creates the room for improvement for operations. So thanks for continuously looking for points of improvement. I will tell you this, folks are listening. I got a couple text messages from constituents that are listening and have questions. So I think it's beneficial that we continue to kind of get this word out. Like you said, continue educating the community about how your processes work. One of the questions that a constituent reached out about was clarifying how they get responses and if there's something that they can go and track a status. And I know those are points of improvement that we're looking to make so that folks do have kind of hands-on access to know and follow their concerns. And I know there's some points that we need to kind of work on across the board to make sure we have that connectivity to ensure that it's real-time data as opposed to really stale and dated information. So, but right now, to date, just so that we can answer this question, we don't have the ability for somebody to go on the portal and say, hey, this is the tracking of my status. Can you clarify that?
So the mobile app, to be honest, it is the most reliable when it comes to getting information back from the department.
Okay.
The departments know that whatever they type is being sent back to the citizen.
Right.
We are working on the web portal right now. It shows you everything in, but it's not giving you the status updates.
Yeah.
That's something that we're continuing to work through. The vendor is currently going through an upgrade, so I believe before summer that will be corrected.
Okay, so we're looking.
Phone calls, you can always call and we'll relay the information. As long as the departments are being responsive, they're closing things out and they're adding those notes, That is really where the most value is. It's just if we would tighten that area up.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest sticking point. You all can track it all day. You can create a case all day, but if you're not receiving the updated statuses appropriately and we don't have the clear and succinct communication, then we're kind of lacking in that regard from a response standpoint, right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Allen, what can we do? I mean, we've talked about this a number of times. Is this something that we need to put a policy in play that the commission approves that directs all the departments have to give this information? Because I've only been here a little over a year, and I've heard this at least 5 times, that this is the biggest source of issue when it comes to the 311 team receiving what they need to give to the constituents. It's a disconnect, obviously. How do we improve it?
That is something that Ms. Walker has been working with the various departments on. We can look at that and bring you back what we come up with.
Okay, yeah, but I want to make sure we kind of send this home. I don't want us to keep kicking this one. This one is just too simple, but it's too important. The constituents want a status, but if all our departments aren't feeding into that status, then it becomes a very, very, very big gap in the process. And we've said this over and over again. Ms. Walker has said it, you've said it. What do we need to put in place to where this is, period, the standard that Augusta follows towards ensuring that the constituents receive the information they're requesting?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Walker. I think she wants to speak on it.
Yes, so in 2023, I believe, it may have been April, this body approved a work order and request policy that does that very thing. It's just the enforcement. That is when we also created the service level agreements. So it is an existing and a living document. It should be updated on a annual basis for each department head, but if we need to revisit it or improve it, I'm definitely willing to have those conversations.
Okay, so it's 2023. We probably haven't looked at it since then. And I think the biggest thing with anything when it comes to operation is enforcement of your own policies. If we're not enforcing them, if we're not holding folks accountable to what they're expected to do within it, then shame on all of us involved. So what I'm saying is I would like to see us have something very definitive and clear and succinct. If it's as simple as Ms. Allen, you receiving a report so that you can report back to us on what we're receiving or not receiving from that, and we hold the individual departments accountable, then so be it. But at this point, let's not go down the path of what, we sometimes end up going through of kicking this any further. It needs to be a period at the end of the sentence that we have a policy in place and we need to have the enforcement actions tied to this. This piece of it is too important. I mean, Commissioner Johnson said it, kind of in jest, but he's so serious. We get calls every single day, and we have services in play, but unfortunately, they're not operating as they're expected to. So how do we bridge this? You say we have a policy, how do we enforce it? So if you and an attorney can get with Ms. Walker and bring something back to us, I mean, I would love for us to really kind of add some teeth to this. All right, but we need to do a better job of enforcing this. And that's as brief as I could do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Pulliam on the phone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Ms. Walker, thank you again so much for everything that you do. I do have you at all of my community breakfasts since I've been in office, and I truly appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the valuable information that you pass on to the constituents at every event I have when you're attendant. Along the same vein of what both Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Clark were speaking of, I remember April of 2023. That was my request as far as getting the system together. And so that leads to my question. At one point, there was a software or system that 311 was using, and then there was a separate one that engineering was using, and maybe another department. Have we gotten to a point where those systems/software speak to each other?
Yes, and they've always communicated. My system it's pretty much like a service hub. We have about 4 different systems that we interface with. It is just the communication that happens in the back-end systems and making sure that it's updated and sent back. And it's based on statuses, so if there's no status update, the information will never go back.
Okay, so now we are at a point where it's engineering, and I'm just using engineering because I remember they had a different system at that time, and I'm assuming they still do. But when they close out, say they fix a pothole, and they close that pothole out, it's going to automatically speak to your system, or they have to manually enter it into to respond to your system?
No, it's automated. As soon as the work order or all work orders that are associated with the request are closed, then it automatically sends back communication.
Okay, so there's nothing manually that engineering has to do?
Other than click a button or add their time, their labor, those things, and then hit close. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that because I remember at one point there was maybe learning curve, I guess would be the best way to say it, as to why the systems weren't, or we didn't really know. But I'm assuming you handled that in the training that both you and the administrator went forward on. Is that correct?
That is correct. I have seen a lot of improvements, especially since we're talking about engineering. Those field technicians, those coordinators, they are in the system more actively closing things out. So I have seen improvements. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for the work that you and your department do. I rely heavily on 311. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, up. Have one more commissioner in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask if it's okay if Dr. Malik might come up for a minute. I just might have him clarify something. Since engineering has 7,000, they have more on here than anybody else by a long shot. So I might let Dr. Malik clarify and just see what you have to say. Thank you, Dr. Malik.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, and providing me opportunity because it seems like engineering been under scrutiny. So I do want to say a few things. I've been on the record at this floor on Commissioner Pulliam also bringing up that there is a disconnect. And I basically, Dr. Flight is here for the same reason. I tasked him to work with 311 to, fill those gaps. What I see is really this whole system, the way how they need to be revamped. We need to look at all stuff. If you look at the numbers, engineering, just stable the environmental services, has 71 per their data, though I don't agree with that data, but let's take that data. Because we track our monthly too, so I do have my own data too. 71,000 versus look at all other departments. I think that's the utility is the closest, less than 3,000. And even let's take 69%. The percentage is a really deceptive way to look at that. So engineering is doing a lot more than it's been presented, the way it's presented. I just wanted to defend the department and the workforce, engineering, what we do. Our challenge is the nature of the work we do. All other things, our response time is less than a week. I think it's 1 to 3 days, the initial response time. That determines what it's going to take to actually resolve the request or address the request. So, we can have another full session, and we will be glad to discuss all this. Actually, Dr. Plight has a full presentation. I told him we're not doing it at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But if this is something that you think that we need to have further discussion on, I mean, we definitely could add it to the next committee cycle to take a look at the presentation and I'm
I think that would be helpful, yes, sir. Yeah, I think there's a way to improve the system because of the nature of the cause, the area we serve, how we serve. There are resources, engineering has, I guess the utility has. If we can figure out how to internally maximize all of these resources and redirect some of the stuff, it can be handled. Because at the end of the day, all these requests are handled by the respective department, not 311 stuff, So, yes, sir, yeah, that'd be very helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Malik.
I would like to say that I just want to make sure everyone understands that citizen-initiated means that it's not coming from the department. My hope is that every department has their own internal numbers of what your employees do. If you are on the road or on site, you do not have to utilize our system. My department focuses on what citizens are asking for, so it is not any way to deflect off of or to make engineering seem like or appear that you're not doing work. My focus is what the citizens are asking for and how we're responding to them. So that is only that is a considerable portion, but it's only a portion of the work that your department does. So please don't take that out of context. It's just based on the facts, and it's backed by the IT department, which, I put them up against any department in the United States. They're A1, so.
Thank you. Administrator, I see you're in the queue.
Yes, sir. I just want to commend Ms. Walker and her team, as well as the departments, because of course she has noted that there has been improvement. But Ms. Walker, one of the things that I'm most proud of in the 34 years I've been here was the creation of 311, because we know how important our citizens are. And going along with that is the hiring of Ms. Walker, because she was my hire. She has the passion. She's very passionate about making sure she takes care of our citizens. And that's very hard to find, somebody who's not just coming to do a job, but passionate about the job that they do. And she will go out in any area just to make sure that people know how to get things resolved. So I would commend her and her team. She has continuously worked with me when I've asked her to work with these various departments, because at one time, and to her defense, it was departments refused to utilize the system. They said they were not going to utilize the system. And I said one thing about it, because the Information Technology Department has been for over 20 years tracking our service level agreements and coming up, showing you the data and how it impacts and how we need to make sure we have metrics in place to demonstrate the value that we provide to an organization. I said everybody's going to do it. I think I reported that to the governing body, that we were going to have everybody to do that. So even when we meet on our leadership monthly meetings, we actually have a report card time that Ms. Walker gives everybody their report card grade. And I will tell you, at the beginning of 2025, some of those grades were not grades that we wanted to see. And those departments recognize that, and those departments have been doing a tremendous job in trying to improve that, and basically showing that 89% shows that they have done a good job in obtaining that. To what she's saying, 311 is not there to say that other departments are not actively doing what they need to do. I don't think that's any means of what she's trying to say in her report, Dr. Malik. The report is merely to say the calls that come into her office, those are the calls that she has to make sure she has the right metrics for. And those calls are the calls that every department need to make sure that they adequately respond to, so that we can adequately give the information back to our constituents in the timely fashion. So we have been working on that. Again, I commend her for making sure she holds everybody's feet to the fire, 10 toes down. She does do that. Some of us may not necessarily like it when she calls it out, but she's calling it out because she wanted to make sure our citizens receive better services. And I think all of our citizens deserve good service. So again, thank you for everything that you have done, Ms. Walker, you and your team. Thank you for stepping up when we had the hurricane and everything else that has gone on in our community, to be there to make sure those non-emergency calls were addressed and somebody had the service that they needed when you went to their house and knocked on their door. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Administrator. All right. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm not going to jinx it. So thank you, Director, and thank you for all the work that you all do. And you will receive this as a whole lot of information, Ms. Bonner, with no objections.
Okay, that takes us to 8.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Item number 8 is a motion to approve the annual bid items as listed on the agenda caption. The recommendation for award is for 1 year with an option to extend for 4 additional 1-year terms.
That item was consented.
Oh, was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, 9. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion to
were
receive
both
as
wrong.
information and update on the SPLOST 8 water project.
That's better.
Okay.
Ms. Allen, is this your item?
Yes, sir. So the governing body directed administration to work with Destination Augusta to see if there was any interest in the development of a water park for Augusta. I think, one, we have to be very clear, even in some of the meetings we've had, the citizens are under the impression that the city of Augusta is the one that was supposed to operate and build a water park for the city of Augusta, utilizing the $5 million that was approved as part of the SPLOST 8 package. We've even gone back to the point of listening to the recording of the meetings just to see if that was actually what was decided. And what was determined is that it was always the intent of this governing body to utilize that $5 million as seed money to see if there was a potential partnership. And with the directive of the governing body, we did work with our Destination Augusta group, and they advertised for a request for information. They did receive 5 responses of interest. The committee met to discuss our next steps. We also looked at those respective submittals that we received from those 5 interested parties, and ultimately determined that the best path forward would be now to proceed with issuing a request for qualifications so that we can actually have a feasibility study conducted. Because when we looked at the different things that were submitted, every one of them had some different capacity or different look and different ideas. So the best thing to do, one, you need to do a feasibility study to see if the location that was discussed during that time would even be a feasible location. Secondly, what are we looking for? We want to make sure that as part of this feasibility study that we have community engagement. Again, we have heard from the community, but we want to make sure that the community has the opportunity to give us some feedback on what they would like to see and what they envision with the water park. So that's one thing that we've determined it would be the next best step for us. Also, at the conclusion of this study, we were looking at then beginning the solicitation for a P3 partner, which is, of course, our public-private partnership. I do want to thank Destination Augusta. I think Mr. Benish Brown is here with us today to thank them for what they have done. They have went out and tested the waters, and we do know that people are interested in coming to Augusta. They are interested in looking at working with us and partnering with us for a water park. But we do want to make sure that we do our due diligence and know what we're going to be asking them for, because at this point, just saying a water park can mean all kind of different things. So until you have a feasibility study so that you can actually give them clear documentation on where we're looking to go and making sure that we have our citizens play a role in this so that we can gather and get their support on this project, we know that we don't need to move any way forward until that is completed. So I would ask that we can continue to do that, move forward with that feasibility study, and bring you back the respective information after that study is completed.
What's the time frame for having a feasibility study done? I mean, it seems like we're quite a ways away from when this was initially passed, and now we're coming up on another SPLOST package, and I know the money had to be collected and all that, but
yes, sir.
But even if you go back and listen to those recordings from those meetings, you heard the intent of this body was for the water park to be in Diamond Lakes. I mean, that's easily accessible. there's an interstate nearby, there's a 4-lane highway running right to it. So I'm just trying to understand what the study or what you're looking for in regards to that study.
So the feasibility study will entail whether or not we have the infrastructure that's necessary to support a water park. There are a number of things that need to be in place, and that's one of the things that we recognize when we receive those letters of interest or information from those various groups, that you need to have certain amount of water, you need to have, all of the things that need to be in place to even support this type of project.
Sure.
So, and then we did not have the community engagement. We did have the community saying we want a water park, but we had no engagement in saying, do you want water slides? Do you want the lazy river? Do you want, the things that
The
you would
answer
like
is yes
see?
to all of those.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think when people hear water park, they're thinking of water slides, lazy rivers, even wave pool. I mean,
Yes, sir.
These are generally the things that I'm expecting when I go to a water park.
Yes, sir. But then we had some that think a water park is, I guess, what do you call it? The splash pads? Is
Absolutely
what they
not.
were telling us about. So, but they were talking about the elevated splash pads. I mean, this is just a number of things that we've seen when we received those responses back. So,
And in regards to water, I mean, we got a guy in the back of the room that knows a lot about our water availability. So, I mean, if this is what you're needing to move forward, then by all means, and Vinish, I know you're here, and thank you for waiting us out. Is there anything that you want to add to this conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. No, sir, I'm Benish Brown, Destination Augusta, 1010 Broad Street. Nothing to add. I applaud, first of all, the commission back in August saying, let's get moving on this. And I know it has been just kind of idling for a while, but as we move forward, and I will tell you, about 2.5 weeks ago, and this was just a breakdown, I think mentally for me, I decided to talk to Mr. Todd. I know Mr. Todd, Moses Todd, has been a cheerleader for this, and it just dawned on me, I've never talked to him. I've never fully understood directly from him. He and I had a 40-minute conversation, which also helped me tremendously. So we just don't want to move forward on what this commission had committed to in SPLOST 8, but yeah, I think we do still need some more answers.
Yeah, I mean, and like I was asking earlier, what is the timeline of doing a feasibility study for that area?
we have actually developed a draft of a feasibility study. We're going to look at probably putting it out on the streets within the next 30 days. We're going to get with our procurement department. And
what takes so long to get it on the street?
Well,
I mean, every time it seems like, and this isn't just you. This is every item that comes up where we're trying to move forward with something, and it is always 30 days. It's going to be 30 days. You know, we just saw a report from 311. I mean, you can look at the times that it takes to get things resolved, and I mean, I just don't understand what this slowness is. We even heard from HR today about it takes 60 days to hire somebody in this government. What is the stoppage in the funnel or whatever it is to get information out in order to get these things moving quicker? What is that?
Well, there's some things, I don't want to defer back to what Mr. Latson said, but there are some systematic things that need to be looked at.
Then change them. You're the administrator.
Yeah.
You will have.
You are exactly right, Commissioner.
You have the support of this body. Make this government more efficient. Let's get these things moving.
That's easy.
That's our newest director.
Easily said. Yes, it is. It's easy.
Who I believe waited a long time to even get an interview. So she can speak firsthand.
That's correct. That's correct. But we'll look at seeing how quickly we can get that out. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Administrator Allen maybe one and a 1.5 question. Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
You said the committee met?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's on the committee?
So we had representatives from administration, we had representative from recreation, central services, as well as Destination Augusta.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is this feasibility study?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's paying? Where's the money coming from? And I'm preference that because when we have like when we renovated, when we built the new Henry Brigham.
Yes, sir.
Citizens didn't understand that when we do feasibility studies, when we go back and do redesign, that money comes from the $5 million. So I need to know where are we getting the money from to do the feasibility, and would it be coming out of the $5 million?
Yes, ma'am. Very good question. That would actually be one of the respective costs for this project because it falls under the project itself. It's part of the project. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we just need to make sure when we are out talking to our community and we say we have a feasibility study, we also need to add in there some kind of way that we got $5 million, but when we putting something together that it's going to cost to get us to the project at hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. I completely agree. So often when you hear the term feasibility study, and even the way that was worded initially, it sounds like this might not be where we were going to put it. And frankly, the voter said this is where we want it because I think it was pretty specific.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Pulliam would like to speak to this.
By all means, Commissioner.
Commissioner Pulliam. We can't. Hold on just a moment.
You going to sing for us?
Not today. Technology issue. Go ahead, Commissioner Pulliam.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment is not necessarily regarding the water park per se, but comments that you made, Mr. Garrett, regarding...
Hold on, Commissioner Pulliam. We're having difficulty hearing you. Are you?
Oh, okay. That's okay. I'll save my comment out because we'll have it back on the schedule on next month. So it's fine. I'll just continue.
All right.
She's going to wait.
She'll wait.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's no further comments in regards to that, by all means, Administrator Benish, thank you so much for your willingness to partner with us again. We know that Destination Augusta is definitely going to find the best fit. So move forward, please.
Yes. Can we get a motion to approve us to move forward with the feasibility study?
Can I entertain a motion from this committee to entertain a motion to move forward with the feasibility study as quickly as possible?
Second. Third, we have fourth. Can you tell me?
Commissioner Lewis with the motion, Commissioner Slindak with the second.
Okay, to move forward.
With the
under 30 days.
To move forward with the feasibility study.
Quickly.
Commissioner Pulliam,
Quickly,
can you hear me?
fast, and in a hurry?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Can.
Okay, she's on now. You want to still wait? We can.
Oh, you can hear me now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm having to listen to you on Facebook Live and on the phone because I'm having difficulty hearing you as well, so there's a slight delay. My comment, though, was for Mr. Chairman when he spoke about the processes and procedures and the length of time that it takes to get some things done. So with that being said, I have a question for Administrator Allen. Administrator Allen, we were in the process of going through the department's processes and procedures as well as succession planning. And all of those things kind of grouped together because they work together. Once we do that, is that not going to address certain things as far as the inner workings of procurement and getting RFPs out and the amount of time that it takes for service level delivery strategies and things of that nature? Would those things not be addressed as we're going through that? Because I know you were going to come back to us with a report on that, I think around June timeframe.
Yes, Commissioner Pulliam, they would help to streamline some of the practices that we have in place now. But I will be very transparent and say that we do need to probably work a little harder in changing. Some of it is policy changes. And so that's going to have to, of course, if we make any major policy change, you're going to have to come back to the governing body. But there are some things that we are still going to have to continue to do as it relates to streamlining our processes.
Okay, but in standard operating procedures, that wouldn't just be policy changes per se. It would actually be the procedures within those departments.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we would be addressing some of these things.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure. And am I correct on that June timeframe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Bonner, we have a proper motion and a second. We're going to vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. And I believe we are going to circle back around to the HR item that we received as information.
Yes, sir. Motion to approve.
Yeah, motion.
Authorizing the HR director to move forward with upgrading the PPM.
So move. All right. I have a proper motion and a second. We're going to vote. Ms. Bonner?
It's unanimous.
And with that being said, I sure hope we have covered everything today. Although I have a feeling there's bad news coming from our attorney.
All right. Attorney Plunkett, we do have a recess meeting, but before we do that, the commissioner from the 4th has requested a point of personal privilege. You yield? Yeah. All right. I'm going to request just a second of point of personal privilege, as today is the last day for my chief of staff, Miss Jasmine Sims. She's going off and do bigger, better things. We certainly appreciate your commitment to the city of Augusta and to the office of the mayor. So can we give her a round of applause, please? Sims, thank you for everything. If you don't mind, you could say a few words.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners. I just want to take this opportunity. Got emotional real quick.
Take your time.
I'm thankful to God for this opportunity, and it's been a true honor and a privilege to serve not only the constituents and these wonderful colleagues and brothers and sisters in the trenches, as we call each other, attempting to make sure that Augusta can be the best that it can be. It's been an honor to be with you, Mr. G. We're like sister and brother, and we fight and we argue, but we found common ground where it mattered. And I couldn't be more proud of the things that we've accomplished, and am praying that everything that happens from this point will be ordained in your favor. To Ms. Bonner, Administrator Allen, Attorney Plunkett, and all of the commissioners, it's been a true honor, and I'm excited for what God is about to do in my life. So thank you all so much. And I'm around if you need me. You know what it is. I'm still 10 toes. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and commitment. It means a lot, and it's greatly appreciated. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go ahead and resume our pending executive session.
So moved.
There's a motion by the commissioner from the 3rd. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue who are voting.
We didn't get a second, did we?
Yes, we did.
Oh.
We're voting.
Voting. We're voting. We're voting, boss.
Yes, okay, Ms. Pulliam, thank you.
Let's get it.
Mr. Lewis is gone.
Need some votes.
Ms. Rice.
Districts.
Ms. Rice.
Commissioner Rice, I need you to vote, please. Commissioner Rice, we need your vote. Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Rice.
Wait.
Commissioner Rice, we need your vote. What? You don't want to thank me for nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Pulliam, she said yes. Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now suspended back into executive session. Thank you. Ready? Give Miss Commissioner Scott an opportunity to get here. I'm not busting out. We're just giving her a chance. All right, Madam Clerk, I'll call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
There's a motion by the Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first, seconded by Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly from the fourth. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, we're voting.
Stuff underneath your feet. Have any stuff underneath your feet?
Ms. Scott, yes, ma'am, you need to move.
Saw that.
Podium, Mr. Garrett's gone. Oh. Go ahead. That motion carries. How did Lewis come out? Oh, that was 9-8. That's what Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis out. Mr. Garrett.
Somebody hit Mr. Lewis' button.
And Ms. Pulliam out.
Somebody hit it.
I think you hit it, but we didn't count it. You hit it, but we didn't count it. Okay.
All right. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There are none.
If there are no motions, this session meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you so much.